watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station. Welcome to GHS-TV's live coverage of Election Night 2008. With your moderator, Brittany Flaherty, presidential anchor Jocelyn Ramaya, and Germantown anchor Sarah Gray, state anchor Julie Marshall, and U.S. Senate anchor A.J. Hines, U.S. House anchor Kyle Dutton, and gubernatorial anchor Paul Hoover, and political analysts Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2008. Now, here's your moderator, Brittany Flaherty.
Hello and welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election 2008. I'm your moderator, Brittany Flaherty. Tonight, 26 years after GHS-TV's first coverage of election night, we will once again bring you the latest race results on the local, state, and national levels. Our Germantown exit polls will give you insight into how your community voted in this year's tight Germantown alderman races. Germantown Community Television is the only media outlet with these exclusive exit poll results. So stay tuned all night for the updates on the Germantown alderman races. We'll bring you up-to-date coverage of the presidential race between Republican Senator John McCain and Democratic Senator Barack Obama. And we'll also pay close attention to key U.S. Senate races, like the one in North Carolina between Democrat Kay Hagan and Republican Elizabeth Dole. In addition, we'll keep you informed on what candidates will represent Tennessee in the United States Senate and House of Representatives. And our coverage won't stop there. Throughout the night, we'll keep an eye on the U.S. House and Senate to see if the Democrats will tighten their grip on Congress or if the Republicans can make crucial gains. Germantown Community Television will also take a look at gubernatorial races across the nation, as well as local elections that affect you, our Germantown viewers, the most. On tonight's show, we'll hear from political analyst Ruth Dunning. She and Frank Bluestein will not only give us an overview of the night's events, but they will also have interviews with several local political candidates. But first, let's meet all of tonight's anchors and get a rundown of their races. Let's first check in with Jocelyn Ramaya, who's covering tonight's presidential race. Jocelyn?
Thanks, Brittany. Tonight, we bring you the results from one of the most historic elections in American history. The two candidates are Senator Barack Obama from Illinois, known as the champion of change, and Senator John McCain from Arizona, the GOP maverick. Both have fiercely competed to gain the support needed to win this election. The magic number tonight is 270. That's how many electoral votes either candidate will need in order to claim the White House. In this presidential election, both candidates have really focused their time and energy campaigning for various issues that are on the minds of the American people. All eyes are on a number of toss-up states which may make or break either candidate's chance at the presidency. Tonight we will focus on those battleground states which include North Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, Colorado, Virginia, and Florida. I will also keep you updated on the progression of these key states, so stay with us throughout the night. Brittany, back to you.
Thanks. Jocelyn, the presidential election this year has been very heated, but what have the candidates done to win over undecided voters?
Well, Brittany, both candidates have been intensely campaigning throughout battleground states. Both of them have attacked one another on issues involving the economy and foreign policy. McCain has said that Obama is incapable of handling foreign affairs, and Obama has tried to tie McCain to Bush's unsuccessful policy. Both candidates, we're just going to have to see what will happen in the race tonight. Brittany.
Well, thank you, Jocelyn. In addition to the presidential election, we're covering a number of other important races. The Germantown alderman races have been particularly competitive this year, and GHS-TV is the only station that will provide you with exit poll results from these Germantown races. Right now, it's time to turn to our local interest anchor, Sarah Gray, for information on tonight's Germantown alderman races. Sarah?
Thank you, Brittany. All day long, our GHS-TV exit pollers have been stationed at each of the 13 voting precincts here in Germantown. Tonight, I will bring you these exclusive exit poll results that will allow you to see how the people in our community have been voting. Our exit poll results will cover all of the Germantown alderman races, which consist of alderman positions 3, 4, and 5. All 3 positions have incumbents running for re-election this year. Mike Palazzolo, Frank Uhlhorn, and Ernest Chisholm all face stiff opposition from candidate Donna Chandler Newman for position 3, Mark Billingsley in position 4, and James Danilick, Gary Pruitt, and David Spann in position 5. These alderman races have recently grabbed front page headlines in the Commercial Appeal. A sample ballot was mailed to 7,000 Germantown residents 2 weeks ago. This ballot appeared to be an endorsement by the Shelby County Republican Party of Alderman Palazzolo, Uhlhorn, and candidate Pruitt. However, after early voting ended, those 3 candidates admitting to having paid for the distribution of the ballots themselves and that the Shelby County GOP was in no way involved. It will be interesting to see if this issue will affect today's voting. In past years, our exit poll results have been accurate within 2% of actual results. And keep in mind that GHS-TV is the only station bringing you these important results tonight. In addition, we will of course bring you today's actual results. But for right now, let's go over to our exit polls to see who Germantown voters have been favoring in this election. And as I read these, keep in mind these are not actual results right now, but just how you as Germantown voters have told us that you voted. So right now, let's take a look at our overall exit poll results from early voting and today's voting. We can see right now that our overall totals are showing exit polls that in position 3, Mike Palazzolo is leading with 69% of the vote, while it seems that Donna Chandler Newman will have 31% of the vote. Overall, in position 4, our overall exit polls show that Billingsley is leading with 58% of the vote, while Uhlhorn has 42%. And in position 5, it seems that Chisholm is leading with 52% of the vote, while Danilick has 12%, Pruitt has 22%, and Spann has 14%. Now let's take a look at our exit poll overall votes from just today's voting. In position 3 overall from today, our exit poll results will show that Palazzolo will have 64% of the vote, while Newman will have 36%. Now let's break down all of these precinct by precinct. At our first precinct, Riverdale Elementary School, our exit polls show that Palazzolo will have 62% of the vote, while Newman will have 38%. At our second precinct, Germantown Presbyterian Church, our exit poll results show that Palazzolo will have 73% over Donna Chandler Newman, who is trailing with 27%. At Precinct 3, Germantown Performing Arts Center, we see that Palazzolo again is projected to lead with 65% of the vote, while Newman will have 35%. At Precinct 4, Farmington Elementary School, our exit poll results show that Palazzolo will again lead with 64%, while Newman will have 36% of the vote. At Precinct 5, River Oaks Reformed Presbyterian Church, our exit poll results show that Palazzolo will have 65% of the votes, while Newman will have 35%. At Precinct 6, our exit poll results show that Palazzolo will once again lead with 54% of the vote, while Newman will have 46%. At our 7th precinct, Germantown Branch Library, our exit poll results show that Palazzolo will have 62% of the vote, while Newman will be trailing with 38%. At Precinct 8, Dogwood Elementary School, our exit poll results show that Palazzolo will have 66% of the lead over Newman, who will have 34%. At our precinct number 9, Germantown Pickering Center, our exit poll results show Palazzolo having 63% of the vote, while Newman will have 37%. At Precinct 10, our exit poll results are showing that once again, incumbent Palazzolo will lead with 61%, while Newman will have 39%. At Precinct 11, the Germantown Fire Station number 2, our exit poll results show that once again incumbent Palazzolo will be ahead with 61% over Donna Chandler Newman, who will have 39%. At our 12th precinct, Houston High School, our exit poll results show that Palazzolo will have 64%, while Newman will have 36%. And at our 13th precinct, our exit poll results are showing Palazzolo with a big lead of 70% of the vote, while Newman will have 30%. Now let's take this opportunity and look at our overall exit poll results today in position 4. Overall, our exit poll results are showing that Billingsley has 60% of the vote over incumbent Frank Uhlhorn, who is projected to have 40% of the vote. Now again, I want to break these down precinct by precinct for you, but as I go through these, please again remember that these are not actual results, but just exit poll results, that you as Germantown voters told us how you have voted. At our first precinct, we see that Uhlhorn is actually ahead with 51% of the vote, while Billingsley has 49%. At Precinct 2, we see Billingsley ahead with 56% of the vote, while Uhlhorn is projected to have 44%. At Precinct 3, Billingsley is projected to have 59%, while Uhlhorn will have 41%. At Precinct 4, our exit polls are showing that Billingsley will have 65% of the vote, while Uhlhorn will have 35%. At our fifth precinct, our exit poll results are projecting Billingsley in the lead with 63% of the vote, while Uhlhorn will have 37%. At Precinct 6, our exit poll results project Billingsley in the lead again with 58% of the vote, while Uhlhorn will have 42%. At Precinct 7, our exit poll results are showing, again, Billingsley in the lead over incumbent Uhlhorn. Billingsley is projected to have 67%, while Uhlhorn is projected to have 33%. At our 8th precinct, Billingsley is projected 55% of votes, while Uhlhorn has a 45% projection of votes. At Precinct 9, we see that our exit poll results are showing Billingsley with 64% of the vote, while Uhlhorn will have 36%. At Precinct 10, again, Billingsley is projected in the lead with 64% of the vote, while Uhlhorn has a projected 36%. At Precinct 11, we see Billingsley in the lead once again. Here we have a projected 53% of votes, while Uhlhorn will have 47% of the vote. Our exit poll results show at Precinct 12 that Uhlhorn is actually ahead with 52% of the votes here, while Billingsley will have 48%. And at our 13th precinct in position 4, incumbent Frank Uhlhorn is projected ahead here with 56% of the vote, while Billingsley has a projected 44%. Now, let's take this opportunity to look at our last position, position 5, for our overall exit poll results that we've taken today. Overall, in position 5, we see that candidate Ernest Chisholm is ahead with 55% of the vote over candidates Danilick, who have projected 11% of the vote. Pruitt will have 21%, and Spann will have 13%. Let's once again break down these results precinct by precinct for position 5. And as I read these, again, please keep in mind these are not actual results, but only exit poll results. At Precinct 1 in position 5, incumbent Ernest Chisholm has a projected 55%, while Danilick has 11%. Pruitt will have 22%, and Spann will have 13%. At Precinct 2, we see that Ernest Chisholm will have 59% lead, Danilick will have 7%, Pruitt will have 25%, and Spann will have 9%. At Precinct 3, we see Ernest Chisholm with 46% of the vote, Danilick will have 11%, Pruitt will have 25%, and Spann will have 18%. At Precinct 4, our exit poll results are projecting Chisholm again in the lead with 53% of the vote, Danilick will have 17%, Pruitt will have 18%, and David Spann will have 12%. At our 5th precinct, our exit polls are showing Chisholm with 49% of the vote, Danilick will have 9%, Pruitt will have 28%, and Spann will have 14%. At Precinct 6, our exit poll results show Chisholm again in the lead with 67% of the vote, Danilick and Pruitt both with 12% of the vote, and Spann with 9% of the vote. At Precinct 7, we once again project Chisholm to be in the lead with 46% of our exit poll results. Danilick will have 6%, Pruitt will have 22%, and Spann, unusually high, 26%. We haven't seen him this high in any other precinct. At Precinct 8, we once again see Chisholm in the lead with 40% of the vote. Danilick, a projected 12% of the vote. Our exit poll results show that Pruitt has 36%, and Spann will have 11%. At Precinct 9, we once again see our exit poll results are showing Chisholm with a far lead, 72% of the vote. Danilick, a projected 7%, Pruitt will have 11%, and Spann will have 10%. At our 10th precinct, our exit poll results show once again Ernest Chisholm, the incumbent, in the lead with 64%. Danilick with 9%, Pruitt with 20%, and Span with 7%. Our 11th precinct shows Chisholm with 47% of exit poll results. Danilick will have 16%, Pruitt will have 23%, and Span will have 14%. At our 12th precinct, we see Chisholm again in the lead with 53% of the exit poll results. Danilick will have 9%, Pruitt will have 27%, and Span will have 11%. And at our 13th precinct, Chisholm is far in the lead with 80% of the vote. Pruitt is in second with 20%, and Danilick and Span both have 0% of the vote here. That's all the exit poll results I have right now. I'll be back very soon with some actual results to share with you. But for right now, let's go back to you, Brittany.
Thanks, Sarah. As you know, the presidential election has caused a lot of excitement this year, but the local races are surrounded with excitement as well.
That's true, Brittany. I would have to say that before early voting ended, that smart growth was probably the biggest issue in the local races, smart growth being the proposed plans that Germantown has for its future development and expansion. But after early voting ended, another issue that the commercial appeal is now calling Ballotgate arose. I touched on it a little bit a few minutes ago, but just to recap what it is, about 2 weeks ago, 7,000 sample ballots were mailed to Germantown residents, and these ballots look to be from the Shelby County GOP headquarters. But what happened is that after early voting ended, the three candidates that the ballot seemed to endorse, Palazzolo, Uhlhorn, and Pruitt, they themselves came and said that they had actually paid for the distribution of these ballots and that the Shelby County GOP headquarters were in no way involved. So it will definitely be interesting to see if this issue will cause a percentage difference between actual results today and early voting results, Brittany.
Well, thanks. We look forward to hearing more from you later in this show. We've already heard from our local anchor, Sarah Gray, but our coverage goes beyond the city of Germantown. Let's check in with our state anchor, Julie Marshall. Julie?
Thanks, Brittany. There are quite a few exciting races right here in Tennessee, and I'll be bringing you as many results regarding the state as possible. From the U.S. Senate to the Collierville mayor, I'll be reporting on races that matter most to you. I'll also keep you updated on the state Senate and House races that affect not only us here in Germantown, but the entire state of Tennessee. In addition, I'll also be covering exit polls to see how Germantown citizens voted in the presidential race, the U.S. Senate, several congressional districts, and Ordinance Number 364, which will decide whether or not certain positions will be appointed by the Shelby County Commissioner or elected by citizens of the district. Also tonight, we will get the chance to view an exclusive interview conducted with Steve Cohen, the incumbent for House District 9, and I'll also keep you posted on Cohen's race for re-election. But to start this evening off, I have exit polls exclusive to GHS-TV. These exit polls were taken at Germantown precincts throughout the day and give us a snapshot of how Germantown citizens voted. These exit poll results do not reflect Shelby County as a whole, just Germantown. Let's take a look at the races and ballot initiatives we will be covering. And please note, these are absentee, early, and today's exit polls. And starting on a large scale with the presidential race, it looks like Republican John McCain is leading with 69% of Germantown citizens' votes, while Barack Obama has 29% of votes. Now, please note, these are only exit polls showing how Germantown citizens are expected to vote. And in the U.S. Senate, Lamar Alexander is leading with 82% of votes against Democratic challenger Bob Took, who has 17% of Germantown citizens' votes. And in U.S. House District 7, incumbent Marsha Blackburn is leading with 75% of votes, while Democratic challenger Randy Morris is trailing with 25% of votes. Now, please note, these are only exit polls showing how Germantown citizens are expected to vote and are not actual results. In U.S. House District 9, we have incumbent Steve Cohen leading with 73% of Germantown citizens' votes against independent Jake Ford with 18% of votes and other independents with 9% of votes. And now please note, these are only exit polls showing how Germantown citizens are expected to vote and are not actual results. And for Ordinance Number 364, it looks like 72% of Germantown citizens have voted yes on Ordinance Number 364, while 28% have voted no. Unfortunately, Brittany, that's all the exit polls I have for the moment, but later in the evening I'll have actual results showing how Germantown citizens and citizens all over Tennessee voted in these elections. But for now, let's go back to you, Brittany.
Thanks, Julie. Throughout tonight's election coverage, Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning will provide us with political insight into this evening's most essential races. Also, they'll be joined by candidates and other political figures from around the city. Let's head over to them now for an overview of tonight's key elections.
We're here in the GHS-TV studios at Germantown High School for our 26th year of live election night coverage. I'm Frank Bluestein, executive producer for GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television. Joining me for her 13th consecutive election night coverage is co-host Ruth Dunning. Ruth was the advanced placement government instructor at Germantown High School until she retired in 2000. She was also the first recipient of the Germantown High School Teacher of the Year Award and currently serves as a faculty member for the Tennessee Governor's School for International Studies. Throughout the night, Ruth and I will be interviewing many local and state politicians. We'll also analyze the various races as the results come into our Election Night 2008 headquarters. Ruth, welcome to tonight's show.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Yes, it seems like we've done this many times.
Many times.
Now, I must say that there's nothing different here with you. We look exactly like we did.
Absolutely. We're ageless. We
26. The only thing different tonight is we have computers on the desk, and we finally moved into the computer age. There's going to be a lot to talk about tonight. I know that. Let's start by maybe just a general question. So many people have said this election tonight is going to be a significant election, really a historic election. Why is that? Why do you think that's so?
Well, it is for me, I think. The first time I voted was in the Richard Nixon election of 1960. So I've been voting for nearly 50 years, nearly half a century. And as late as this spring, people were saying to me, we'll never have a woman on the ticket. A woman can't be president. We'll never have an African American on the ticket. And it has infuriated me for nearly 50 years. And this year, by golly, we've got both. This was in March that I was still hearing this. So it is significant. And there are wonderful stories from all over the country of young people who are coming out in droves, of 3 generations of one family voting all together for the first time ever. So it is significant in a lot of ways. We will either have an African American president or a female vice president. It is.
And it certainly is, and we'll, of course, be watching all of that throughout the night. Let me ask you first, you mentioned, of course, all of these possibilities, and what we're basing everything on here, of course, are polls, and we all know how polls can be. They've been wrong in the last 2 major elections. Tell me a little bit about what you think about the pre-election polls.
I will tell you what some of the experts say, and that is don't count on them. We saw in New Hampshire in the primaries when Barack Obama was supposed to win, Hillary won. Every poll said Barack Obama was going to win, and he didn't. And so I think we have to be leery. The polls have all been within the margin of error.
What about this so-called Bradley effect? Do you think that'll have any effect tonight? Because obviously going into the election, there has been a lot of hype, a lot of polls that are out there saying that Obama, at least nationally, is going to win the election on, on the popular vote side.
Obama says it's not a factor. In the past, it has amounted to almost 5% of the vote. Now, what we're talking about is the tendency of people to say they have voted for an African American because it's the politically correct thing to say, and then when they get in the voting booth, vote for the other candidate.
Right.
Really, to overcome that, Obama would have to be at least 5% ahead in the poll, or theoretically.
Well,
we'll see if it happens.
We will, and let me ask you this just quickly, and then I know we have to go back to get some more election night results from our headquarters. What about the local races here? Of course, we did some early voting. You saw the early voting and what Sarah Gray just reported, And it's, I guess what we want to find out is, did this ballot gate, as the Commercial Appeal called it, issue really affect the voting? Do you think, because that was not released, that information was not released until after early voting. How is that going to affect things tonight?
Probably there'll be some effect. I would be very surprised to find that it was no effect or a negative effect. I think probably the three candidates not involved will benefit. Maybe not much, but
it looked like a little bit from the polling that we just saw in the local election that was the case, that those who were not involved, their percentages went up a bit from what they were at the early voting. So we'll see if that holds true. Of course, we don't know if those exit polls are correct or not until we actually get the real results in. Ruth will be back with more later. Thank you so much. Good to be here with you. We've got an interesting night, I'm sure.
We do. A long night, maybe.
And we'll be back with all of you, too, throughout the evening. We look forward to talking. And right now, let's go back to Brittany Flaherty in our 2008 election night headquarters. Brittany?
That was Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. They will be back later in the show with more analysis. We are now going to take a closer look at the hottest national races. AJ Hines is here to fill us in on the U.S. Senate races. AJ?
Thanks, Brittany. Control of the United States Senate might not be up for grabs tonight, as Democrats will most likely maintain their majority. However, this doesn't mean this year's Senate races aren't going to be as exciting and as important as ever. The Democratic Party is hoping to have 60 Senate seats by tonight's close, giving Democratic senators the power of overriding the president's veto and making the Senate floor filibuster-proof for the Democrats. The Democrats currently have majority control of the Senate with 49 Democratic seats and 2 independent Democratic seats. The Republican Party has 23 of its seats up for re-election tonight. The Democratic Party has only 12 of its seats up. With so few Democratic seats up for grabs, it seems almost set in stone that the Democrats will maintain control of the Senate. However, if John McCain celebrates an unexpected Republican victory in the presidential race, a tip in the senatorial balance might be on the cards. Brittany, back to you.
Thanks. Now, AJ, I know that there are 2 independent senators currently serving. How will this affect the 60-seat majority the Democrats are trying to reach?
Well, Brittany, Independent Senator Joe Lieberman of Connecticut, who actually spoke at the Republican National Convention, and Independent Senator Bernard Sanders of Vermont may call themselves independent, but they do caucus with the Democrats. So their independent status really counts toward 2 more blue seats on the Senate floor. Brittany?
Thank you, AJ. Tonight, we'll also be looking at the House races throughout the country. Let's check in with our U.S. House anchor Kyle Dutton for the latest. Kyle?
Thanks, Brittany. Can the Democrats fend off the grand old party in the House tonight, or will the Republicans miraculously take over? The entire House has all 435 seats up for grabs to both parties tonight. Currently, the United States House is controlled by the Democrats, and in order for the Republicans to take control, they need a stunning 31 seats. The Democrats are projected to pick up at least another 20 seats tonight, so a Republican takeover is highly unlikely. But some of the seats that they lost in the 2006 elections could be restored to help close the gap. Right now, there are 60 strongly contested races for taking, but only 15 of them are leaning red. So the Republicans are going to need an enormous Republican voter turnout in the polls tonight. This is sure to be one exciting election, and I will be keeping you posted on all of the results as they come in. Brittany, back to you.
Thank you, Kyle. Now let's meet our gubernatorial anchor for the evening. Paul Hoover will be covering tonight's tight gubernatorial races. Paul?
Well, Brittany, this year we have 11 states across the country electing their governor. 6 of these states have Democratic incumbents and 5 have Republicans. Although in several of these races we can be sure that the incumbent will be reelected, there are going to be some heated races, like the race in North Carolina. The Tar Heel state hasn't elected a Republican to the state house in over 20 years. But tonight, with the race so evenly contested, Republican Pat McCrory may defeat Democrat Beverly Perdue. However, the most competitive gubernatorial race this year is being held in Washington. Democratic incumbent Christine Gregoire is running against Republican Dino Rossi, the same candidate that she ran against in 2004. That year she won by only 129 votes, and polls are revealing that this year's election may be every bit as close. If Republicans can claim these 2 toss-up races, then they may win more governor mansions than the Democrats. I'll keep you updated throughout the night on how these exciting gubernatorial races are turning out. Brittany?
Thanks, Paul. We'll be checking in with our anchors throughout the evening for results on tonight's exciting races. But right now we're going to take a short break, so stay tuned.
watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station. Welcome to GHS-TV's live coverage of Election Night 2008. With your moderator, Brittany Flaherty, presidential anchor Jocelyn Ramaya, and Germantown anchor Sarah Gray, state anchor Julie Marshall, and U.S. Senate anchor A.J. Hines, U.S. House anchor Kyle Dutton, and gubernatorial anchor Paul Hoover, and political analysts Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2008. Now, here's your moderator, Brittany Flaherty.
If you've just joined us, this is Germantown Community Television's live coverage of the 2008 election. I'm your moderator, Brittany Flaherty. Right now, we're going to Jocelyn Ramaya, our presidential anchor, for the latest results. Jocelyn?
Brittany, it's time to take our first look at the presidential race, so let's get started. With the electoral votes in, Fox News is reporting that Democrat Barack Obama is ahead with 81 electoral votes to John McCain's 39. In the battleground state of Indiana, ABC News is reporting with 32% of the votes in that McCain is ahead with 51% of the votes. Now, this is no surprise. Indiana is a strong Republican state. In the swing state of Florida, CNN is reporting that Democrat Barack Obama is ahead with 53% of the votes. In our home state of Tennessee, CNN is reporting with 2% of the votes in that Democrat Barack Obama is behind with 36% of the votes to McCain's 63%. Moving on to Virginia, ABC News is reporting that Republican John McCain is ahead with 57% of the votes. Moving on to North Carolina, CNN is reporting with 5% of the votes in that Democrat Barack Obama is ahead with 58% of the votes. Moving on to New Hampshire, Fox News is reporting with 1% of the votes in that Democrat Barack Obama is ahead with 67% of the votes. Brittany, this is all the results I have for you right now, but I will keep you updated. Brittany?
Thanks for filling us in, Jocelyn. Now let's take things a little closer to home with our local interest anchor, Sarah Gray. Sarah, how are things shaping up?
Well, Brittany, at this time, I don't have any actual results in, but once more, let's go over our overall exit poll results from early voting and today's voting. In position 3, our exit poll results show us that Palazzolo is ahead with 69%, while our exit poll results show that Donna Chandler Newman will have 31%. And in position 4, our exit poll results show Billingsley ahead with 58%, and Yulhorn with 42%. And in position 5, our exit poll results show Chisholm with 52%, Danilek with 12%, Pruitt with 22%, and Spann with 14%. Now, very soon I will have some actual results to share with you, but that's all the time I have for right now. So let's go back to you, Brittany.
Thanks, Sarah. Now let's head over to A.J. Hines to see how the U.S. Senate races are panning out. A.J., tell us what's happening.
Thanks, Brittany. We'll begin with quite a nail-biter. CNN.com is reporting that in Kentucky, with 34% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Bruce Lunsford is trailing with 48% of the votes, while Republican incumbent Mitch McConnell is ahead with 52% of the votes. CNN is reporting that in North Carolina, with 5% of the votes, Democratic challenger Kay Hagan has taken an early lead with 59% of the votes over Republican incumbent Elizabeth Dole, who has 39% of the votes. CNN.com is reporting that in Georgia, with 10% of the votes in, Republican incumbent Saxby Chambliss has a lead with 60% of the votes over Democratic challenger Jim Martin, who has 36% of the votes. Fox News is reporting that in New Hampshire, with 8% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Jean Shaheen has a lead with 57% of the votes over Republican incumbent John Sununu, who has 40% of the votes. Well, Brittany, that's all the results I have right now, but these races are really heating up. I'll be back in a few minutes with a few more results. Brittany, back to you.
Thank you, AJ. Now, Paul, can you tell us what's so significant about this year's gubernatorial races?
Well, Brittany, right now we're in the phase of the gubernatorial cycle where you've got the same 11 states that have their gubernatorial elections overshadowed by the presidential election. but you've got to keep in mind that they are electing the highest power of the state government, the president of that state, if you will. Now, these specific governor races are important because in 2 years the United States will be taking their census, at which time the governors elected tonight will have veto power over the redistrictings that the state legislatures make. So this is especially important in states like North Carolina, which has 15 congressional districts. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on the gubernatorial races for tonight. Brittany?
Thanks, Paul. We'll check in with you later in the show for more results. As I mentioned earlier, Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning will be providing political analysis and commentary throughout tonight's broadcast. Let's go over to them now.
Thank you very much, Brittany. I'm Frank Bluestein, and I'm here with Ruth Dunning. And we're very excited about all of the races tonight. We've got lots to talk about. We're going to introduce our first guest in just a moment. Before we do that, Ruth, let's talk about some of those results that we just heard. Let's focus, first of all, on the Senate races.
Okay. You want to talk about the Carolina race?
I think the North Carolina race is an interesting one. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, and AJ has told us something, but I'm hoping maybe this outcome will start to slow down some of these very negative ads that have happened. Elizabeth Dole ran a late ad accusing Kay Hagan of being godless, and she had an actor imitate Kay Hagan's voice over a picture of Kay Hagan saying there is no God, which of course created a firestorm.
Particularly in North Carolina.
Particularly in
right.
Well, it did everywhere.
Right, of course.
But it's been extensively discussed as one of the dirtiest of a sleazy kind of ad. And I hope, if in fact it did not work, that the axiom that you go negative because it works, maybe we can have a new axiom. It may take a while, but that's a very interesting race.
What are some other races on the Senate side? We'll get to some of these others later, but on the Senate side, what are the couple of others that we need to be watching?
Well, of course, we have one in Tennessee.
That's right.
That's already been called. Lamar won, as expected, big. Lamar is very popular here. I still teach at the governor's school. He was the governor who started the governor's school.
Right.
So, you know, right now that's what we need to talk about probably.
Okay, well then we'll come back a little bit later with Ruth, and we'll talk about some of the other races as the night moves on. Our first guest tonight is Leila Garlington. Leila is a longtime reporter for the Commercial Appeal and a Germantown resident for the past 10 years. For the past year, she has covered the Germantown Board of Mayor and Aldermen and the recent contested races for Aldermen. Leila, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So how do you like being on the Germantown beat?
Well, it's been unusual to say the least, and it's been enjoyable.
This is probably, well, this is one of the first real contested alderman races where every position was being contested, and not just token. These were very, it seemed like to me, some real hot races. What are your impressions of the three races that are out there?
Well, this is my first Germantown races, or the first time I've covered a Germantown election. But based on the research I did before, you know, it's never had this much solid competition where you had, you know, not just token, oh, I'll run, but I'm not going to campaign. I mean, all these candidates seem to really want to win, and they really made an effort.
How much money has been spent this year by these candidates?
Well, considerable. Donna Chandler Newman, well, let me kind of back up. In past races, some of the candidates had spent $50,000, $30,000. Now, it didn't really reach that high this time. Donna Chandler Newman was the highest with around $17,000. But the others, Gary Pruitt spent considerable amount, $15,000 or $16,000, Frank Uhlhorn. So they all spent anywhere from $10,000 to, you know, $17,000. This is in the according to their financial disclosure statements.
Let's talk about the issues in this campaign. It started out, it seemed like to me, that smart growth was going to be the issue. And then we had this other issue that came up that I think your newspaper dubbed as Ballotgate. tell us a little bit about your impressions on that issue.
Well, when the mailer came to, well, my house, I mean, I mistakenly thought it was
I did
GOP.
too. I did too.
And I mean, I was looking for it, and I was trying to find the disclosure, but it wasn't there. And so it just started snowballing from there. And there was like, well, nobody, you know, the Attorney General was saying, well, nobody's made a complaint. So it was, it took off slowly, but it built into a firestorm. And it's been very interesting and very controversial.
When it came out, my first thought was not that there was anything wrong with it, but that suddenly the local GOP had started endorsing, and I was surprised at that, but it never occurred to me that it was not a legitimate ballot.
Right.
I don't know if the cameras can get this number. We have copies of what that was handed out is actually right here. I don't know if you can see that or not. And then this is the actual GOP ballot that they mailed, and below is the ballot that was mailed out by the candidates here in Germantown. Here, I'll put this one up. This is the one that the candidates, the 3 candidates in Germantown, actually mailed out to, I think, something like 7,000 people. And of course, as I understand it, the GOP did not really endorse any of the local candidates at all.
Right. Historically, from what GOP Chairman Bill Giannini told me, is historically they don't endorse municipal races, and part of that reason is because most of the candidates are going to be Republicans. Right. So they don't want to offend one Republican or over the other, and so they stay out of the races. And at least with this race, and if you hold up the other ballot that the GOP sent out, this one went to mostly Memphis voters, but this was also at their campaign headquarters. So, you know, no one in Germantown received the Republican sample ballot, in part because it's so heavily Republican.
You don't need to,
you don't need to send out and spend that money. Exactly. So that's, you know, the fact that Mike Palazzolo and Frank Uhlhorn and Gary Pruitt sent out the ballot, you know, I've never seen anything like it, not in Germantown, you know, politics.
Right. I don't ever remember anything like this happening in Germantown. Let me ask you this. Our exit polls, now of course these are just exit polls, but our exit polls are showing that Mr. Palazzolo will win by a fairly substantial margin, but Mr. Uhlhorn is looking like he is not going to win re-election, and Mr. Chisholm, who is up for re-election, but he was not part of that, is soundly, looks like from the exit polls, will soundly defeat Mr. Pruitt and the other 2 candidates. So did this really have, I mean, was this already the way it was going to be anyway? I mean, actually our early voting showed that it was that way already, so it doesn't look like this had a huge impact, or how do you feel? What's the word on the street?
I really don't know. I did talk to the political science person at Rhodes College, and I said, will this ballot have an effect? And she said she couldn't answer that because you never know unless you do polling beforehand or polling after and ask them specifically what issue prompted you to vote for, you know, the candidates for alderman. So I don't know. Based on phone calls and emails that we got, you know, there were voters who were angry, and we certainly, you know, heard from them. So.
And just one final question. Did you have a question? One final question. I know the mayor endorsed those 3 candidates that sent out the mailer, Pruitt, Uhlhorn, and Palazzolo. 2 of them got defeated tonight.
Right.
What does that do for the mayor? In other words, we're going into this next session or this next 2 years. Cycle. This next 2 years. Is the mayor going to have trouble with people? Because she actually came out, and I don't remember a mayor endorsing anybody. So 2 of her 3 candidates lost. Is that going to make it difficult for her, I guess, in terms of her relationship with people on the board?
Well, I asked the Rhodes College professor, Meg Karn, that question. And from what she specializes in campaign elections, and she seems to think voters have a short memory. So this, you know, since she's not going to run until 2 years, it may not have an effect if she decides to run for re-election. I guess it just depends on what happens in the next 2 years. It was the first time that Mayor Goldsworthy had endorsed candidates. In her 14 years in office, she had never endorsed candidates. So this is interesting to see that in some ways endorsements, may not matter, not individual endorsements.
Well, it seemed like individually it didn't matter, or with the postcard it didn't matter. I mean, either way. So if people were thrown off by that, it didn't seem to really affect, at least according to our exit polls.
Right.
Well, Leela, I know we could talk all night about the local politics this year. We've got to get some more national results. Ruth, we'll be back to later, and we'll have some more guests in a minute. So thank you very much for being with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
That was Leela Garlington with the Commercial Appeal. Thank you to Leela. We've got more guests to come tonight, but now we're going back to our Election Night 2008 headquarters, Brittany Flaherty. Brittany?
We've just heard from Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. We'll be going to them throughout the evening for political analysis and guest interviews. But right now we must take a short break, so please stay with us.
Watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station. Welcome to GHS-TV's live coverage of Election Night 2008. With your moderator, Brittany Flaherty, presidential anchor Jocelyn Ramaya, and Germantown anchor Sarah Gray. State anchor Julie Marshall and U.S. Senate anchor A.J. Hines. U.S. House anchor Kyle Dutton and gubernatorial anchor Paul Hoover. And political analysts Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2008. Now, here's your moderator, Brittany Flaherty.
Welcome back to Election Night 2008. I'm your moderator, Brittany Flaherty. We've had an exciting evening filled with results, and the rest of the night promises to be just as eventful. Now, let's go over to our presidential anchor, Jocelyn Ramaya, to see what's happening with the presidential races. Jocelyn, tell us what's happening.
Thanks, Brittany. I have a lot of results in, so let's not waste any time. With the electoral votes, MSNBC is reporting that Democrat Barack Obama is ahead with 103 electoral votes. Moving on to South Carolina, where CNN is reporting with 8% of the votes in, that McCain is leading with 54% of the votes. In the swing state of Florida, Fox News is reporting with 32% of the votes in that Obama is ahead with 53% of the votes. It looks like it's a tight race in Pennsylvania, where Fox News is reporting with 1% of the votes in that Obama is ahead with 50% of the votes. Finally, in Massachusetts, ABC News is reporting with 1% of the votes in that Obama is ahead with 61% of the votes. Brittany, this is all the results that I receive right now, but I will come back to update you on some key states.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Now let's head over to our local interest anchor, Sarah Gray, to see what's happening. Sarah?
Well, Brittany, I have our first actual results to share with you tonight, so let's take a look. Our actual results are showing with 2 out of 13 precincts in that in Alderman position 3, Mike Palazzolo is ahead with 65% of the vote, while Newman has 35%. In position 3 with 2 out of 13 precincts in, Billingsley is ahead with 57% of the vote to Yulhorn, who has 43%. And in position 5, incumbent Chisholm has 49% of the vote, Danilick has 13%, Pruitt has 27%, and Spann has 11%. I'll be back to share more of those actual results with you later, but right now let's go back to you, Brittany.
Thanks. Sarah, earlier you mentioned that the smart growth plan has been a big issue with the local races. Can you tell us where some of the candidates stand on this issue?
Yes, Brittany, well, this has been a big issue in the local campaigns, and just to touch again on what smart growth is, it's the proposed plans that the city has for its future expansion and development. All the candidates seem to have differing views on this issue. You have candidates like Gary Pruitt who are all for the institution of smart growth as long as the proper preparation work goes before it. And you have candidates like Donna Chandler Newman who like the idea of smart growth but don't necessarily think that Germantown is ready for it at this time. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how the candidates' views and stands on this issue might affect voters in this election.
Well, thank you, Sarah. But now let's head over to AJ Hines to see what's happening with the U.S. Senate races. AJ, how are things shaping up?
Thanks, Brittany. We'll begin with quite a heated race. Fox News is reporting that in Texas, with 1% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Rick Noriega has 49% of the votes, to Republican incumbent John Cornyn's 49% of the votes. These challengers are in a dead heat. CNN is reporting that in Massachusetts, with 2% of the votes, Democratic incumbent who was John Kerry, who was unsuccessful in taking the White House in 2004, has 62% of the votes, while Republican challenger Jeff Beattie has 35% of the votes. CNN is reporting that in Kentucky, with 34% of the votes, Democratic challenger Bruce Lunsford has 48% of the votes, to Republican incumbent Mitch McConnell's 52% of the votes. And CNN.com is reporting that in North Carolina, with 8% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Kay Hagan is ahead with 57% of the votes, to Republican incumbent Elizabeth Dole's 40% of the votes. That's all the results we have right now, Brittany, but I'll be back in a few minutes with some more results. Brittany?
Thank you, AJ. Now we'll go back to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political analysis.
Thank you very much, Brittany, and welcome back to this analysis session, I think we're calling it. We've got our computers here helping us this year, and so Ruth, we're listening to some more, of course, a lot of results now starting to really fly in. Now, we got something, even though I don't think they've reported this yet, on Chris Shays, that race, in the House race. And tell us a little bit about that.
He unexpectedly endorsed Obama. And it seems to be hurting him. We'll have to see. I don't know that we have enough results in to see, but early on it doesn't, it seems to be a problem for him.
And one thing that's really surprising, I'm switching gears just for a minute on the presidential race. Looks like Virginia is not doing anything at the moment like what the polls had predicted.
Right,
the polls had predicted maybe about a 5-point spread for Obama. What do you think about that? Right now it looks like 40% of the vote in, and it looks like 55 to 45 McCain.
Well, it may be that those polls were wrong, or it may be that Northern Virginia, which is heavily Democratic, hasn't reported yet. Although with that percentage, you would think that they were beginning to come in.
Right, and I also wonder about early voting. I mean, how much of early voting is in as well.
And I don't know how much of early voting has been tabulated in a lot of these.
Right. Well, we'll follow that. We've got some more guests, and we're going to do that now, and we'll come back. We'd like to welcome now Jim Strickland, the former chairman of the Shelby County Democratic Party, and Bill Giannini, chairman of the Shelby County Republican Party. Mr. Strickland is on the Memphis City Council, District 5. He also is a partner in the law firm of Kustoff and Strickland. Bill Giannini is chairman of the Shelby County Republican Party. He was elected to that post in 2005 and currently works with Roebuck Auctions as a realtor in Tennessee and Mississippi. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about, I'd like to get your views on the national election tonight and what you think is going to happen. This might be more of a nail biter than what anybody thought. Bill, let's start with you on my right.
Thanks for having us again, Frank. Glad to be here. We're right now cautiously optimistic. We feel like we did very well today. We knew that we were in a hole in early voting in a lot of places, but we feel like today that we did well, and we thought all along that it was going to be close, and have tried to encourage our troops not to let these pundits and pollsters get them down, and I think that we believe that we're still in this game.
Is Virginia for you a state that might be one of those where the polls were totally askew?
Absolutely, and we hope that's just the first of many tonight. I hope that we see some more of that.
All right, now let's hear from my left, Jim. Let's hear your version of that.
Without trying to be too optimistic, I think it's over. I mean, I think Obama's going to win a decisive victory in the Electoral College. I think the popular vote will be closer, but I think he will win big states by, like they just declared Pennsylvania to him. That's a huge state. And as they move west, I think he's going to line up the, Ohio, Michigan, maybe even Indiana. Who could have thought that? Illinois, Missouri, those big states are going to start falling his way.
Okay, we're looking at that all night. We're going to see if that for sure happens. I guess on the statewide scene now, I want to talk to you both about that. We've got a lot of the state legislators coming on with us later tonight. That's really not much has been said about it, but I don't know what's going to happen in the state legislature this year. It looks like the Senate could go even more Republican. Is that your?
I think the Senate will go more Republican, and I think that we're going to take control of the House for the first time.
How many seats do you have to?
4. We've got to pick up 4
in the House.
In the House. Yeah. And I think that I believe that Senator McCain's going to have very long coattails in the state of Tennessee, and I think that's going to carry us into, if not very closer than we've ever been. And I really believe at the end of the night that we'll know that the Republicans have taken control of the House, and that will do so much for us here on the local and the statewide level.
And it'll be important as redistricting comes about in 2 years. Well, actually, it'll be in 2011 that happens.
Jim, do you have a comment on that?
Well, I think Bill's half right. I think the Republicans will maintain control of the Senate. There's a chance the Democrats could get it back if they win Governor Wilder's seat back, but it's going to be an uphill battle. But I think the Democrats will retain control of the House, but the Republicans will get closer. I think they'll pick up 1 seat, so they're inching closer to that, and I think it's very important to redistricting, not only for the state legislative races, but for congressional races. It's such an awesome power to be able to draw the lines. If the Republicans were able to take control of the state legislature, I tell my friends I will be a minority in the state of Tennessee for the rest of my life, because what happens is they would gain control of redistricting. They can move the lines here and there and build their majority. But the same thing happens on the Democratic side. If the Democrats can get control, they can draw the lines and widen that.
Right. That's called gerrymander.
Yes.
and our time is now.
And if you have control of gerrymandering, it's a good thing. But if you don't have control of it, you don't like it.
Courts don't like it either, if it can be proved.
Well, it's very hard to know.
So we've talked a little bit about the national, the state. Let's move down to the local level. Probably, Bill, this is a little bit more directed towards you. I know you were in the news this last couple of weeks with this whole thing that the commercial appeal is called Ballotgate, where we had some local candidates for aldermen mailing out what appeared to be a GOP endorsement on a postcard. What's your response to all of that?
We just felt that it was important. We were made aware of it pretty quickly. We started getting calls, and initially we were not very alarmed because it's not unusual for some group or organization to put a ballot out. After we obtained a copy of it and recognized some not trademarks, but some consistencies with our ballot that we've developed over a period of time, we were very concerned about it, and we wanted to make sure that the voters in Germantown knew. Although we can endorse in municipal races, we historically have not. And we felt like that the issues in Germantown were that we were certainly not experts on and didn't have the authority to respond and to be advising the voters in Germantown on those issues. And we did not want to affect those races. And that ballot undermined that greatly, and we felt like it was important, in fairness. And we spend a lot of time and a lot of money every year trying to develop goodwill with the voters, and when that's undermined, we take it serious, and we also hope to prevent that from happening in the future.
What about the mayor's endorsement? Did that bother you, or is that okay, or?
No, Mayor Goldsworthy is welcome to endorse
anybody she
chooses, and that is that's a responsibility. A mayor has to decide on their own if they want to do that. She has not I believe it's the first time she had ever done that. And again, the contentiousness of these races. This is by far the most contentious set of Germantown alderman races that I am aware of.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
So, but certainly the mayor was within her right to make those endorsements, and we were within our right to not, and we didn't want that to be undermined.
Let me switch, Jim. We talked about the state Senate. I think probably the biggest news tonight, next to the, of course, Obama-McCain race, is what will happen in the United States Senate in terms of the power there. How do you think that's going to shape out?
I think the Democrats will pick up seats. I do not think they'll get to 60. That magic number of 60.
Actually, they really need 61 because Lieberman, I think, may bail out.
Well, it depends.
Is that going to happen? Now, Bill, is that going to happen if you talk to Senator Lieberman? Do you know? Is he coming? Is he coming over
to him? He hasn't called me back yet.
Okay.
All right.
But interestingly, I know the public is so interested in the president and the Senate and all that, but frankly, I'm much more interested in what's going on in the state, the Tennessee State Senate. That, to me, if we could win that, that would be a wonderful night.
Okay. Well, we'll certainly see how that comes out later on in the evening. We don't know yet, of course. We just have our exit polls for the local races. We do know in Germantown, it looks like from our exit polls that McCain did win Germantown. I don't think that was a very big surprise. But listen, gentlemen, thank you for coming on. Really, really appreciate it. I know you'll have a busy evening, and we very much appreciate you taking your time with us.
Our pleasure.
We've just heard from former chairman of Shelby County Democratic Party, Jim Strickland, and the chairman of the Shelby County Republican Party, Bill Giannini. Right now, we're going to send things back to our moderator, Brittany Flaherty. Brittany?
Thank you. You have just heard the political analysis and commentary of Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. Stay tuned for more with them later this evening. Well, it looks like our U.S. House anchor Kyle Dutton has just received some results. Let's head over to him now for an update. Kyle?
Thank you, Brittany. I have some interesting results for you, so let's get started. In Florida District 16, CNN.com is reporting in with 21% of the votes that, as expected, Democratic incumbent Tim Mahoney is currently trailing Republican challenger Tom Rooney. That could be because he was involved in a sex scandal earlier this year. Moving on to Connecticut District 4, CNN.com is reporting in with 11% of the votes that Democratic challenger Jim Himes is currently leading Republican incumbent Chris Shays 61% to 38%. On to North Carolina District 8. CNN.com is reporting in with 2% of the votes that Democratic challenger Larry Kissel is currently leading Republican incumbent Robin Hayes 59% to 41%. Brittany, those are all the results I have for you now, but stay tuned for more later. Back to you.
Thanks, Kyle. Now we have to take a short break, but stay tuned to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of the 2008 election.
In the real world, large returns are typically a result of large investments. In Shelby County Schools, we've taken small, often inadequate investments and yielded incredible returns. Those returns are highly educated, well-trained young people prepared to enter our workforce and social arena as productive citizens. But years of underfunding could bring that to an end. No matter how you do the numbers, our school system is a sound, real-world investment. Support Shelby County Schools, providing for a better tomorrow, today. You're watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station. Welcome to GHS-TV's live coverage of Election Night 2008. With your moderator, Brittany Flaherty, presidential anchor Jocelyn Ramaya, and Germantown anchor Sarah Gray, state anchor Julie Marshall, and U.S. Senate anchor A.J. Hines, U.S. House anchor Kyle Dutton, and gubernatorial anchor Paul Hoover, and political analysts Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2008. Now, here's your moderator, Brittany Flaherty.
Thank you for joining Germantown Community Television for Election Night 2008. I am your moderator, Brittany Flaherty. Now we're going to Jocelyn Ramaya, our presidential anchor. Jocelyn, tell us what's happening.
Thanks, Brittany. I have more results for you, so let's get started. In the battleground state of Missouri, Fox News is reporting with 1% of the votes in that McCain is leading with 58% of the votes. Moving on to Pennsylvania, MSNBC is reporting that McCain is ahead with 65% of the votes. Now, this is a state to definitely watch tonight, as it is key to both candidates' strategy. In our hometown state of Tennessee, CNN is reporting with 6% of the votes in that John McCain is ahead with 62% of the votes. Moving on to Indiana, where CNN is reporting with 52% of the votes in that McCain is ahead with 51% of the votes. In the bellwether state of Ohio, ABC News is reporting with 1% of the votes in that Obama is gaining the upper hand with 61% of the vote. Now, AJ, if Obama or McCain wins the presidency tonight, what will happen to either one of their Senate seats?
Well, when a sitting senator is elected to the White House, his or her Senate seat has to be reappointed. So, for example, if Barack Obama is successful in winning the presidency tonight, the Democratic governor of Illinois, Rod Blagojevich, will have to reappoint a new senator. Barack Obama has stated that he would like to see a seat go to an African-American politician, and actually, Jocelyn, Jesse Jackson Jr. has expressed interest in taking the seat if Barack Obama is successful in winning. Jocelyn?
Thank you, AJ. Back to you, Brittany.
Thanks. Now we'll go over to our local interest anchor, Sarah Gray, to see what's been happening around in Germantown. Sarah?
Well, Brittany, right now I have in some more actual results, so let's take a look. Right now we have 5 out of 13 precincts reporting. In position 3, Palazzolo, the incumbent, has 66% of the vote, while Donna Chandler Newman has 34%. In Alderman position 4, Billingsley has 58% over Frank Yulhorn with 42%. And in position 5, Chisholm has 48%, Danlick has 10%, Pruitt has 27%, and Spann has 14%. That's all the results I have to share with you right now. I'll be back very soon to share with you some more. Brittany?
Thanks, Sarah. Now let's take a look at the entire state of Tennessee with our state anchor, Julie Marshall. Julie, tell us what's happening.
Well, Brittany, I'm going to start off with Germantown's choice. This is how Germantown citizens actually voted in these elections and are not statewide results. Once again, starting with the presidential race, with 4 out of 13 precincts reporting, it looks like John McCain is leading with 73% of votes, and Barack Obama has 25% of votes. And in U.S. Senate, it looks like Lamar Alexander is leading with a large 86% of votes against Democratic challenger Bob Tuke, who is trailing with 13% of votes. And in U.S. House District 7, Marsha Blackburn has 76% of votes against Democratic challenger Randy Morris, who has 24% of votes. And now, Brittany, I'm going to go to actual statewide results. And this is how the entire state of Tennessee voted in these elections. Actually, first I have a winner to project. It looks like CNN.com is projecting the winner to be Lamar Alexander in the U.S. Senate race. Lamar Alexander has 70% of votes against Bob Tuke's 28%. And CNN reports with 2% of the votes in that in U.S. House District 7, it looks like Republican incumbent Marsha Blackburn is leading with 62% of votes against Democratic challengers Randy Morris's 38% of votes. Now, that's all the results I have for the moment, Brittany, but I'll be back later in the evening to give you actual results regarding Germantown and the entire state of Tennessee. Brittany?
Thanks for that update, Julie. Right now, we'll go over to our host, Frank Bluestein, and our political analyst, Ruth Dunning, for more commentary on tonight's hot races.
Thank you very much, Brittany. It seems like it's getting very exciting there, Ruth. And we want to talk just a little bit about one race. I know Virginia now seems like we talked about it just a minute ago, but in the Senate race in Virginia, it looks like Mark Warner is doing what the poll said he was going to do, 60% of the vote, but not so in the presidential race at all. How can the polls be that off?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd go be a pollster, but they haven't called Virginia yet.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
So, and I wish I knew whether early voting was included in this, because with 40% of the vote, usually you get a state call.
Right.
So there's something else that's holding back. If everybody's holding back, and although they all get their results from AP, there's a panel at NBC and CBS and ABC and all that actually plugs in what they think is important. And evidently none of them think they have everything that's important yet.
Well, I tell you what they need to do. They need to come to Germantown Community Television, because our exit polls on the local races, that's right. I mean, what are we doing? Our exit polls on the local races are pretty much right on the money. So, as they have been for many, many years. But it looks like those races locally are probably going to pan out somewhere around where we said they were. At least so far, it seems to be going that way.
Which seems strange to me with early voting. With as much early voting, I have been afraid since early voting started that would skew the.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
Well, and even with this, this whole sort of scandal that went on.
Scandal.
Right. I mean, it didn't really, it had some impact, it's looking like, but it didn't seem to have a huge impact.
No. Nobody lost or won because of it.
I noticed that Mitch McConnell in Kentucky is still in a really tight race. How do you think that's going to end up?
Well, I think it's surprising that he's even in such a tight race. That he was supposed to win handily. Obama and his surrogates have been to Kentucky several times, although McCain is going to win, has won Kentucky.
Right.
So it's amazing that McConnell, or McConnell's opponent is running as close as he is. That's a very interesting one to watch, and AJ will be giving us more on that.
Exactly. We'll talk some more about that after we hear some more results, but right now we have some other business to attend to. We've got another guest. Our next guest is Tennessee State Representative for District 83, Brian Kelsey. Representative Kelsey is running unopposed tonight for re-election in District 83. Legislator Kelsey has held this seat since 2004. He was elected the Republican floor leader during the 2007-2008 legislative session. And Brian, welcome to the show.
Thanks very much, Frank, and thank you, Ruth. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's always a pleasure.
Well, and you've been one of our most loyal guests who's always been on our show, and we very much appreciate it. Tell us a little bit tonight about your thoughts. I want to hear about just the national election just for a minute. Tell us what you think might happen. This might be more of a, like I said earlier, a nail biter than anybody thinks.
Tell us what you thought would happen compared to what really is happening.
Yeah, well, and for that reason, I'm not too excited about venturing a guess at this point because the first 4 states that I was concerned about seem to be going the exact opposite direction of what I had thought would occur. I really, I thought Obama had a great chance of picking up Virginia, and it looks like he is losing Virginia with a large amount of the vote already reported, over 40% now that's in. And I really thought that McCain would have, at the end of the day, I thought they'd be close, but I thought McCain would have, not too much trouble holding on to Ohio and Florida and North Carolina, a state where I went to college at that's traditionally has been a very conservative southern state, not all that different from Tennessee, where McCain, is one big. So, yeah, I've just been shocked. I've been shocked so far.
Well, tell us, and I don't know exactly, we haven't been able to listen to everything that's going on, but how much do we know about the State House and the State Senate races so far? What is your information?
Well, I've got some information on some State House races and some State Senate races, really, and it looks like it's definitely trending in the Republicans' favor, which I, as a Republican, am obviously very excited about. There are really 5 seats that are very much toss-up seats in the State House, and it would take Republicans 4 pickups to get a majority for the first time since Reconstruction. And of those 5 seats, I've now got numbers, and I feel my phone vibrating on the other 2, but I've got numbers on 3 of those 5 that are really in play. Republicans are up by several hundred votes, 500 to 1,000 votes in early voting in all 3 of those. So that seems to be trending in a Republican's favor. Probably, the McCain's big win here and Lamar Alexander's big win are playing a factor in that. You've also got 3 state Senate seats that are in play. The state Senate is tied 16-16-1, but the 1 tends to go with the Democrats. And he is one of the 3 that's in play, and I've heard that he is in trouble, so there's a chance of picking up that one. There's also a chance of picking up another one in East Tennessee. And I've heard that both of those early voting numbers are good for Republicans in those. I have not heard any early voting numbers, and maybe you have here, on our closest state Senate seat, and that is between Dolores Gresham and Randy Camp.
No,
we knew to follow that race, but I don't think we've gotten anything in quite yet. So what are I want to know about your plans. You've really, I predicted this 4 years ago that you were going to rise to the top very quickly, and you're already the floor. What your position is?
I'm the floor leader of the Republican caucus, which is the minority caucus. At least it is right now. I'm hoping it won't be by the end of the night, but we'll see.
Now you caused quite a stir earlier in the session. I think there was a little incident where you explain that to us, where you held up. What did you do during that this particular debate?
Well, there was a debate regarding what I view as pork spending.
Right.
And so my way of protesting that pork spending was to bring some bacon onto the floor and to call pork what it was, which was pork. And so what I did was I took some bacon and I put it in an envelope. They had some what were called community enhancement grants, and it's really just a terrible program. And this was actually for the 2007 budget year, and the state wanted, the Democratic leader really wanted to push having $100,000 given to each House member and $300,000 to each state Senate member to simply dole out to whatever nonprofit or community or government agency those people wanted to dole them out to. And I just thought this was just a horrible way to spend taxpayer dollars. If you want to give money to a charity, then go ahead and give it directly. Don't give it to me. I don't know how best to spend the money that you want to give to a charity. Give it directly to the charity. And so my way of protesting that and showing what a bad plan it was to, instead of turning in an envelope with all these names of all these organizations that I was going to try to give away your money to, was to instead just put a piece of bacon in there and turn that in.
I doubt that we'll be able to do much of that with the economy the way it is coming up.
And I think, you know, those of us, there ended up being 6 of us who refused to turn in a list. I think we've been proven correct on that in the fact that this past budget, we ended up with a shortfall, and it's already projected that next year we're going to be $600 million short on our budget. So we're in real dire straits in the state budget in our economy the same way that all of us are in our own homes and our family budgets in this economy.
What does that mean for the average citizen when we might be that much in the hole?
Yeah, don't expect any more community enhancement grants for sure.
Are we going can we expect higher taxes some way?
I think there probably will be proposed new taxes. That's something that I'm very much against. I think that's not the answer to a slowdown in the economy. I think the answer is actually to put more money back into taxpayers' pockets so that they can then use that to invest in other industries and also use that to spend in the economy.
What would you cut?
Well, that's a big question. What would you cut? You've still got great areas, I think, of abuse taking place with TennCare. Most people think that that's resolved. It's not resolved. This is 26% of our budget, over a quarter of our budget. It's our largest spending item, and yet, in fact, when you look at what we insure we're in the top 3 of all the 50 states in terms of the percentage of our citizens that we insure. We're in the top 3 in terms of the percentage of our budget that we spend on health care. And yet, look at our outcomes. We're nowhere near the top 3 in our health outcomes. I think we've got to look at exactly how we're spending that and change the way we spend it, provide financial incentives. For example, let's not be afraid to pay people to go and have prenatal care. If we give them $50, $100 on the front end, then we save over $25,000 on the child who was born prematurely.
We have we could talk all night with you, Brian, really, but we have to probably move on. I do want to say one thing. Now, Ruth, I told this to Brian recently. Barack Obama, started out as a state legislator, just like Brian Kelsey, and look at that. In just a few years, he's running for might be the president of the United States. So we might have right here.
Right.
I've already told Brian he needs to think about running for governor. I mean, at least get to that level.
And you have to come here first.
I was going to say, Frank, you're going to be my campaign manager.
I want to be.
You're being a big fan tonight.
I want to be on your team. No, I think you're certainly articulate and do a great job, it seems like, in the legislature, and we all appreciate what you do.
Well, it really is an honor to serve you and to serve the city of Germantown.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you.
That was Brian Kelsey, Tennessee State Representative for District 83. We'll return shortly with more guests and insight into tonight's races, but now let's send things back to Brittany Flaherty. Brittany?
That was Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. They will continue to give us political analysis on the races throughout tonight's broadcast. But right now, let's head over to AJ Hines to see what's happening with the hot U.S. Senate races. AJ?
Thanks, Brittany. We'll begin with a very controversial race. Fox News is reporting that in North Carolina, with 18% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Kay Hagan is still leading with 54% of the votes over Republican incumbent Elizabeth Dole, who has 43% of the votes. Now, just last week, Elizabeth Dole started running an ad campaign connecting Hagan to the Godless Americans Pact, and it looks like that was probably a bad move as her numbers are pretty low tonight. CNN.com is reporting that in Virginia, with 36% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Mark Warner has 59% of the votes over Republican challenger Jim Gilmore, who has 39% of the votes. Fox News is reporting that in Michigan, with 1% of the votes counted, Democratic incumbent Carl Levin is leading with 54% of the votes over Republican challenger Jack Hugendick, who has 43% of the votes. And finally, CNN.com is reporting that in Kentucky, with 50% of the votes counted, a Republican incumbent Mitch McConnell has taken the lead with 51% over Democratic challenger Bruce Lunsford, who has 49%. Now let me turn to my colleague Kyle. Now, Kyle, there's been a lot of mudslinging in the state of North Carolina. In my Senate race between Elizabeth Dole, the Republican incumbent, and Kay Hagan, the Democratic challenger, what's going on in the U.S. House in North Carolina?
Well, AJ, in North Carolina District 8, for instance, the Democratic challenger, Larry Kissel, has gone as far to even lowering the gas prices at a station that he owns to what they were before the Republican incumbent Robin Hayes before he took office. Now, as ridiculous as some of his, campaigning techniques may sound, he only lost by a few hundred votes in the 2006 elections, so it could go either way tonight.
We'll have to see how these rather unorthodox ways of running a campaign pay off in North Carolina tonight. Back to you, Brittany.
Thanks. Now let's head over to Paul Hoover, our gubernatorial anchor, for the latest race results. Paul, how are things shaping up?
Well, Brittany, I've got my first gubernatorial results of the evening, and let me begin by announcing a winner in the state of Indiana. CNN.com is projecting that with 55% of the votes in, Republican incumbent Mitch Daniels has won the Hoosier state with 60% of the vote. He will spend 4 more years in the governor's mansion in Indiana. Although having a shaky 4 years as governor previously, it seems he has reclaimed his approval among Indiana voters. Moving on to the state of North Carolina, Fox News is reporting that with 22% of the vote in, Democrat Beverly Perdue is leading Republican Pat McCrory. This is a slight margin. He only has 51% of the vote in, or 51% of the popular vote, so this could go either way still. And in the state of Missouri, CNN.com is reporting that with only 1% of the vote in, Democrat Jay Nixon has the lead right now with 53% of the vote. Staying on the topic of Missouri, while it has a close gubernatorial election, it seems that it is also a battleground state in the presidential election. Let's turn over to our presidential anchor, Jocelyn Ramaya, to provide some insight on this. Jocelyn?
That's right, Paul. It has been an intense ground war in the state of Missouri. Both candidates have been fighting to win the 11 electoral votes that it has. Obama has about 44 campaign offices in the state of Missouri alone. And of course, McCain wants to keep this traditionally leaning Republican state red. Paul?
Well, thank you, Jocelyn. It's proving to be very exciting in Missouri. But let's take it back over to our moderator for the evening, Brittany Flaherty. Brittany?
Thank you, Paul. Right now, we must take a short break, but stay with us for more of Election Night 2008.
Watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station. Welcome to GHS-TV's live coverage of Election Night 2008. With your moderator, Brittany Flaherty, presidential anchor Jocelyn Ramaya, and Germantown anchor Sarah Gray. State anchor Julie Marshall and U.S. Senate anchor A.J. Hines. U.S. House anchor Kyle Dutton and gubernatorial anchor Paul Hoover. And political analysts Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2008. Now, here's your moderator, Brittany Flaherty.
Welcome back to Election Night 2008. I am your moderator, Brittany Flaherty. The results are still pouring in, so let's turn to our presidential anchor for the latest results. Jocelyn?
Thanks, Brittany. Things are really heating up, so let's get started. MSNBC is reporting with 175 of the electoral votes in, Obama is ahead. Moving on to President Bush's home state of Texas, ABC News is reporting with 2% of the votes in that Obama is slightly behind with 48% to McCain's 51%. Moving on to Maryland, MSNBC is reporting that Obama is ahead with 56% of the votes. In the battleground state of Florida, with 43% of the votes in, Obama is ahead with 51%. Moving on to Mississippi, where CNN is reporting with 1% of the votes in, that McCain is leading with 51% of the votes. Brittany, that's all I have for you right now, but I will keep you updated.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Our local interest anchor, Sarah Gray, is going to take it back home to Germantown. Sarah, how are tonight's Germantown alderman races?
Well, Brittany, we've had a lot more actual results come in, so let's take a look. Right now, we have 11 out of 13 precincts reporting. In position 3, incumbent Mike Palazzolo is ahead with 66% of the vote, while Donna Chandler Newman has 34%. In position 4, we see Billingsley ahead with 59%, while incumbent Frank Uhlhorn has 41%. And in position 5, we see incumbent Ernest Chisholm with 54% of the vote, Danilick with 11%, Pruitt with 24%, and Spann with 12%. And that's all the results I have to share with you right now, but I'll be back very soon to share some more with you. Brittany?
Thanks. Now, Sarah, from the results that you've gotten so far, can we assume that the Ballotegate issue played a role in tonight's results?
Well, Brittany, I would have to say that if it did play a role, that it played a minor one. Earlier this week, our GHS-TV exit pollers went and took exit polls of early voting, and from those totals, we saw that Palazzolo, Billingsley, and Chisholm were projected to be the leaders in tonight's races. Now, from the actual results that we've gotten in, we see that those projections were pretty much accurate. However, in position 3 race, we see that Palazzolo and Newman's totals have tightened a little bit, and that in the position 4 race, Billingsley seems to be a few more percentages ahead of Frank Uhlhorn than he was from our early voting totals. And in position 5, incumbent, Ernest Chisholm seems to still be leading with a large percentage in position 5. So if the Ballotegate issue did affect these races, it does not seem that it will affect the overall outcome of who will win tonight, Brittany.
Well, thank you, Sarah. We'll definitely check in with you later in the evening for more results. But for now, let's head over to AJ Hines to see what's happening with the U.S. Senate races. AJ?
Thanks, Brittany. We'll begin with a race that's just across the river. Fox News is reporting that in Arkansas, with 1% of the votes in, Democratic incumbent Mark Pryor is way ahead with 79% of the votes, while Green Party candidate Rebecca Kennedy has 21% of the votes. Now, this is still shocking that a Green Party candidate would be able to post those kinds of numbers. Fox News is reporting that in Maine, with 1% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Tom Allen is behind with 43% of the votes, while Republican incumbent Susan Collins is ahead with 57% of the votes. CNN.com is reporting that in New Hampshire, with 13% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Jean Shaheen is ahead with 57% of the votes, while Republican incumbent John Sununu is behind with 40% of the votes. CNN is reporting that in Oklahoma, with 45% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Andrew Rice has 46% of the votes, to Republican incumbent James Inhofe's 50% of the votes. And finally, CNN.com is reporting that in Georgia, with 28% of the votes in, Democratic challenger Jim Martin is behind with 38% of the votes to Republican incumbent Saxby Chambliss's 58% of the votes. Now, these races are really heating up, Brittany. I'll be back in a few minutes with a few more results. Brittany?
Thank you, AJ. Now let's check in with Kyle Dutton to see what's happening with the other half of Congress. Kyle?
Thank you, Brittany. Let's start with a very controversial race in Connecticut District 4. CNN.com is reporting in with 28% of the votes that Democratic challenger Jim Himes is currently pulling away with 65% of the votes to Republican incumbent Chris Shays' 35% of the votes. On to North Carolina District 8. CNN.com is reporting in with 8% of the votes that Democratic challenger Larry Kissel is currently leading Republican incumbent Robin Hayes 58% to 42%. On to Pennsylvania District 12. CNN.com is reporting in with 7% of the votes that surprisingly the Democratic incumbent John Murtha is leading Republican challenger William Russell 57 to 43%. Now, this is very interesting here. John Murtha earlier this year said publicly that his district was racist when he found out that they would not vote for Senator Barack Obama. But it looks like his backing is really showing up tonight. But Brittany, those are all the results I have for you right now. So back to you.
Thank you, Kyle. Right now, we'll be joined by Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political commentary.
Wait. Thank you very much, Brittany. We are here in our little corner of the universe here at GHS-TV, and I'm with Ruth Dunning, and we've been talking about the election all night. Ruth, good to be back. So we just heard our anchor there, Kyle, talk about John Murtha. Tell me a little bit about that John Murtha race. I know that's interesting.
It is interesting, and Kyle did a good job explaining
he did.
that.
Who is John Murtha? Let's start there.
John Murtha is an influential congressman from Pennsylvania. He's an ex-Marine. He's one of very few people who have really, in government, who have gone to see all the returning Iraq soldiers who've been wounded and badly wounded, and many of them are in the military hospitals there in Washington. And he has been quietly but very faithfully going to see them. He's one that Congresswoman from Ohio was not very kind about on the House floor and was booed for it, even by Republicans. So, I mean, even by Democrats. So it is, it's interesting to see that this gaffe that he made has not hurt him as they thought it would. They thought maybe he would lose.
Let's talk just a little bit. We of course, most people have focused on the United States Senate and the 60 magic seats that the Democrats need, but we know that the Democrats control the House of Representatives right now with about 30 seats. What do you think they'll, the indicators are they're supposed to be picking up seats. What do you think that will end up, or do you think that'll happen, and if so, how many?
Well, given that the polls have not been absolutely spot on, anywhere from 20 to 30 seats they were expected to pick up. I think 30 is too high. 20 seems a little more reasonable. We'll have to see at the end of the night.
I think I read somewhere that if the Democrats do pick up 20 seats, that would be a total of 50 then that they would be that they would have. That would be somewhere around where we were in 1994 when Newt Gingrich sort of declared war and the contract with America.
Absolutely.
So that would be interesting to see if we've actually moved back that way again. The pendulum seems to just swing.
It does. It may be. There's some cultural wars that may be ending here too. We may see some of that. Some that have gone all the way back to Vietnam, along with some religious divides and all. Some of those are ending. We'll have to see how it plays out here.
Okay.
The more the Democrats win, the more that indicates some of those things are passé now.
Okay. We'll talk some more. We'll talk about some of those social issues later as the night rolls on.
Okay.
Right now, we're joined with Tennessee State Representative for District 85, Larry Turner. Tonight, Larry Turner is running unopposed for re-election in District 85. Congressman Turner has served the citizens of District 85 for more than 20 years. He is Secretary of the House Democratic Caucus. Thank you very much, Mr. Turner, for being with us.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm also Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives.
So we've had both. We've had just right before you came on, we had Brian Kelsey, who is I think floor leader for the Republicans. So we can almost have a session here and have everybody running it. Well, what are your impressions so far tonight? We talked to Brian about what he thought would happen with the House, the State House and the State Senate. What do you think is going to happen tonight in terms of power there and control?
Well, I guess the seat that everybody's been watching is the Senate seat between Kemp and Gresham, replacing Lieutenant Governor Wilder. And of course, the way that goes may determine the way the House goes in terms of whether there's a Democratic majority or a Republican majority. So that seat has been closely watched, and it looks like to me it's a toss-up right now. In terms of the House, I am pretty certain that the Democrats will maintain control of the House. I haven't gotten an indication that there are seats in trouble to the extent that we're in danger of losing the majority.
I see.
Congressman, if we just heard from Brian Kelsey, and he's talking about a possible $600 million shortfall. If that occurs, what do we do? Do we raise taxes? Do we cut programs? And if so, what?
I don't see us raising taxes at this point. I suspect that the governor will call on the various departments, especially education, to make additional cuts. That has been the route that we have been taking during the time that we have been running a shortfall. Mm-hmm. And I suspect cuts will be the way to go. I don't anticipate raising any taxes. Number one, we've raised almost every tax there is to raise, other than going to new taxes, and that's another story. State income tax. But we've raised taxes on persons who were previously untaxed. We've raised taxes on business to the extent that I think we could. We've certainly driven the sales tax out of the roof. So we almost have no other taxes to raise. So I suspect cut will be the way that we will go.
And you don't think a state income tax? We're one of the few states without one. I'm perfectly happy without one, but that doesn't seem to be on the table anytime soon?
I don't think that's on the table anytime soon. I was one of those 45 who voted for the income tax. So that would be my preference in order to sort of spread the tax burden, not necessarily raise it per se, but it would certainly more fairly spread the tax burden. But I don't see that that's going to happen because I don't see that there are the votes there.
The votes are there. So you're talking about a progressive tax rather than a flat tax, or?
Yes, I would certainly be in favor of progressive tax. In fact, one of my tax proposals was the first one that got a vote in the committee, and that was progressive tax. Of course, it was a flat tax that ultimately lost on the House floor. But if we were to go for an income tax, I would certainly be in favor of progressive tax.
Progressive tax. Okay.
Larry, what other issues do you think will be out there in this upcoming session? Are there some big hot button topics or issues that you're going to be confronting as the session begins anew?
Well, one of the issues that I think will be forthcoming is the issue of roads here in Tennessee. As you know, with the fluctuation in the gas prices, the revenues, gasoline revenues, tax revenues for Tennessee are way down. And so we're looking at new measures to raise taxes to complete the construction that we already have underway and to build new roads. So that's one of the issues that we'll be dealing with in the coming up sessions. Where to find money for the road projects that we already have underway and money to build new roads. Toll roads have been mentioned as one way of solving this problem. Someone has mentioned raising the gasoline tax. So that's one of the issues that I would see will be on the drawing board. You know, roads, especially in the rural communities, are very important. And of course, this is an issue that is going to be looked at. The lottery scholarship will probably be another issue. Funding for education. How will we be able to raise money to adequately fund education? This is an issue that we will be looking at. As you know, we have a crisis here in Shelby County with the Memphis and deciding who is the proper funder of the educational process here. So we'll certainly be dealing with that, looking at whether or not the state should pick up the full bill of funding education, or whether the local governments have a responsibility in that regard. So those are two of the issues that will be on the drawing board. Of course, I will be sponsoring measures to try to stem the predatory lending situation that we have here in the state of Tennessee. Title loans has been an issue that I have tackled over the past couple of years. I'll go back to that and try to make some progress with that. Of course, we have some other predatory lending issues that we need to confront.
Well, it sounds like you have your plate full coming up as always. We appreciate you being with us tonight. Of course, I know you're. I guess I should have congratulated you first for your re-election victory. I know you're running unopposed, but hey, that's great. At least you're there again, and we appreciate the service that you give to our community and to the state of Tennessee.
Well, again, I thank you for inviting me here tonight and having the opportunity to discuss with you some of the state issues that we'll be facing, and hopefully I'll join you again sometime.
We would love, love to have you back. Thank you, Larry.
Okay, thank you.
Once again, that was Larry Turner, Tennessee State Representative for District 85. Right now, we'll go back over to our election headquarters to our moderator, Brittany Flaherty. Brittany?
Thanks. That was Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning with analysis on tonight's elections. They'll be back again in just a little bit. But now let's head over to Paul Hoover to see what's happening with the gubernatorial races. Paul?
Well, Brittany, since we last spoke, the results have been pouring in, so let's not waste any time. Let's begin with the state of Missouri, where with 2% of the vote in, Jay Nixon, the Democrat, has increased his lead over Republican Kenny Hulshoff. He now has 55% of the vote. And if this trend keeps up, then Jay Nixon will be stealing the governor's house in Missouri away from the Republicans. In the state of Vermont, with 13% of the vote in, Republican Jim Douglas has 53% of the vote, far ahead of Democrat Gay Symington, who has 23% of the vote. In the state of West Virginia, with 13% of the vote in, Democratic incumbent Joe Manchin is enjoying quite a bit of a lead over Republican Russ Weeks, who has only 27% of the vote. Joe Manchin has had a popular 4 years as governor of West Virginia, and it seems as if he'll be enjoying 4 more. And New Hampshire is... In the state of New Hampshire, with 15% of the vote in, Democratic incumbent John Lynch has 73% of the vote, while Republican Joe Kenney trails with 24% of the vote. That's all the gubernatorial results I've got for now. Brittany, back to you.
Thanks, Paul. Right now, we're going to Jocelyn Rumaya to get a preview of what's to come after the break.
When we come back, we'll check in on some key states in this year's presidential race to see which candidate was able to swing the undecided vote in their favor and gain these key victories. So now, Brittany, back to you.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Stay with us for more Election Night 2008.